You're prepared, Billy? You ready? Need to do a couple more things and then I'm good to go. Bro, thank you very much for your Prime subscription. I appreciate it. 2 months. Time flies. Hey, Dawn. Hey, let's get started. Ababom. Absolute landslide victory. Crow with second and Kitty with third. Nice. You rest easy tonight now? Yeah. Rest assured your legacy has been secured. How are we doing tonight? Good evening. Be back later? Yeah. Do what you gotta do. Bye. How are we today? I have officially started hacking. The move is happening. I think I don't actually, because painting is starting in the new place. So I don't think I actually move until the end of next week. But still, this is exciting news. Doing your second load of laundry, second portrait study. Nice. Hacking, I'm moving. Yeah. So I've had a housemate for the past 7 years. And this will be my first time actually living on my own for reals. For realsies, all the way into the pit. Welcome in, Kessa. How you doing? It's so big. Yeah, I'm excited. I'll be able to make decisions about where I'm living and like furniture decisions and like how things are laid out and blah 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 blah. It's exciting. Hi, Cannibal. How you doing? Not for fakes. Yeah, not for fakes. For reals. Your dice needs a witcher. I need an exorcism performed on my dice. They've failed me for the last time. Twelve's not bad. 12 is not bad. Yesterday it was brought to my attention that the ceiling doesn't quite look cave ceiling just yet. So I'm gonna try to implement some stronger, punchy stalactite bits to try and push through a little bit. What I anticipate the disconnect is that when I'm working on it, it's like it's front and center. It's like it's big. It's taking out my screen, whatever. So I get to like glance and see all these details. Whereas on a smaller screen, from a distance, yeah, it could make sense that those look like clouds. That makes sense to me. So at the very least, I can try to beautify my stalactites just a little bit more. Living alone is nice, but it's so expensive. That's the thing. I don't cost too much. Like I buy groceries and that's basically it. Like I don't have any expensive hobbies. I don't collect things. Not really. I don't buy clothes. So I'm happy to make the trade-off. I'm happy to spend a little bit more to be on my lonesome. Look towards you from where I am right now. You might look like a cloud. That's the thing. Is it's all a matter of perspective. I'm so glad that I don't play card games anymore. Not like traditional trading card games, because oh my god, anytime I look at card games as a hobby, it seems more and more expensive. It seems more and more expensive. I'm glad that I don't play Warhammer anymore. I'm glad. Oh my god, so many bullets dodged. No, I'm quite lucky that I've avoided all of the pitfalls. I don't buy cosmetics for games unless it's like an indie game that I want to support, but that's different, you know. Like if it's any sort of mainstay game, I'm never tempted by character skins or anything like that. I never find them appealing. I don't collect card games. I don't I don't really sign up for a bunch of subscriptions and stuff. So I feel like I've unintentionally dodged a whole bunch of bullets. Love Gwent. They stopped the development. But even was Gwent a booster pack game, or is it one that you can just sit there slowly owning the cards? You collect oil paints. That's different. That's like, I wouldn't say that's part of a collection. I'd say that that's part of a hobby. Distinct difference. 9. Ach, 9. How you doing, Squid? How's your day? Went online, had amazing art. I heard a couple of games like that fell through, didn't they? There was Gwent, and then I believe there was a game called Artifact. Like a Steam card game, something. You do home renovation projects? Probably an expensive hobby, but it sounds like a fulfilling one. Don't get me wrong, I don't have any issue with people engaging in expensive hobbies and stuff. I'm just happy that I don't, because I don't think I'd be able to support them very well. Way more expensive? Yeah, I'd imagine so. Talk to parentals about the plushie. The response was possibly. Good. Artifact crashed because I had like the greediest monetization model ever. Hopefully Valve learned. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, we don't know what the monetization model is going to be for Deadlock. So like fingers crossed, I guess. Was okay. Said to them, you have 1 to 2 months to actually think about it, but as of now, you really want it. Well, generally speaking, it's usually a good thing to have an extra bit of time to consider ahead of time so that you don't just do knee-jerk purchases. Jeez, 40 stream straight, good lord, Squid. Now I'm going to be a nosy Nelly on this one. Okay, you ready? Do you have any work that you need to do this evening? Or are you fine to chill? What if I die in the game? Got to buy a new copy of the game to play again? Yeah, of course. Oh, God, could you imagine if that was the standard? Was that yep. Remember, at any point in time, if you don't like me chasing you up on it, let me know and I'll immediately stop, I promise. Could you imagine if that was the standard model for video games? Like, you die. I mean, that's basically arcade games, right? Like your Time Crisis or whatever. You die and then you need to insert more coins to keep going. Because if so, then you're good for tonight. Got your homework done in your study period this afternoon. Good. I'm glad that you're ahead of things. It would be terrible. Yeah, I don't disagree. I'm glad that that pricing model did not. Now, to be fair, I anticipate that pricing model didn't go to home console because the technology just didn't exist at the time. And I'm glad that that was the case. Because good lord, could you imagine nowadays that they would absolutely jump on that opportunity to be like, oh my god, we can rent lives to players in video games? You're gonna go pitch it to EA? They would if they could. You know it, I know it, we all know it. EA would absolutely do that if they could get away with it. One, if they could technically implement it, and two, if they could get away with it with their player base. They've gotten away with some pretty horrendous stuff. Like, just, if you're not familiar with their pricing models for like their soccer dream team games and stuff, God, horrendous. Don't look it up. It'll just make you sad. Enjoy your lurk. Stay away from sports games. Yep. They're just gacha games at this point. It's obscene. It's so gross. You wanted a gacha game, you'd go with Wuthering Waves. I have learned the hard way that gacha games are just not my thing. They're just not my thing. I played AFK Journey for a little bit, which was quite popular for a small stint. And it was fun for like a month, and then it dawned on me just how much I was miserable whilst playing it. So yeah, no, pretty quickly decided to stop playing at that point. Here's the thing. A lot of my misery came from the fact that they didn't release any characters that were stronger than their current meta picks. So it led to the game feeling incredibly stale. I'm kind of glad that that's the case though. Because I can imagine that if the game wasn't stale, if they had maintained a feeling of freshness with it, I would still be hooked up to the IV drip, and that would be substantially worse than what happened. I'm glad they mismanaged the game. I'm glad. Thank you. But you do not. That's fair. That's fair. Until then, I had no experience with gacha games. It's one thing to view them from an exterior perspective and be like, oh, that seems silly. It's another thing entirely to actually be invested in one of them. It's not good. Don't do it. Don't do it. You will be more miserable than if you didn't. I think the thing that gets me is that there are so many games that exist out there that don't have such aggressive monetization systems that are either free or cheap, or indie games that are wonderful that you like spend $5 on, 10 hours, glorious story, it's the best time ever. Counter to that, instead, you're stuck on a game where I think it's because people like this idea of time investment in game leading to progress of some kind, and like being able to log the process. I think that's an addictive process, like an addictive mechanism for people. The feeling of like, I've spent 6 months on this game, and because I've spent that 6 months, I can measure it in my progress in the game. I get it, but I would strongly recommend that you pivot that mindset to God, anything else. Literally anything else. There's one gacha game that you cannot get away from. It's called Life. Monetization is everywhere. Yeah, that's the thing. Hi Logic, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Okay. If I can make these stalactites kick butts, I would be so happy. I would be so happy. Right now they are not kicking butts, and that is a problem. You did think it was clouds when you'd seen it previously? See? Not kicking butts. Hence the requirement for butt kicking moving forward. Actually, question for you then. If that was the like perspective that you'd had, is there anything that you can think of that would help communicate stalactite to you? Because I've got a bunch of reference images, but they don't necessarily help. Because the reference images basically look like this, which is all well and good, but when it's in a setting where it could be stalactites or it could be clouds, this finish doesn't quite cut the cheese. It's definitely getting more defined. Okay, so like a little bit more contrast is helping. Please tell me, please, what layer are you? Candlebugs layer. But why? Why are you up in the ceiling? Contrast, size, and length for sure. Okay, okay. I shall keep it in mind. Thank you. I appreciate the help. I'm so I'm so appreciative of you guys. You guys are so well behaved. I've seen so many streams where there are people like jumping all over the streamer, like, you should do this, you should do this, you should do this. You guys don't do it ever. You guys are fine. You guys are completely fine. But then when I do ask for the help, you guys are really concise with your feedback. It's wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I think the underdeveloped size and the bright light is what makes people think clouds. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's a fantastical environment in the sense that you don't usually get humongous like skylights in natural structures like this. So as soon as you crank the scale up to this kind of size, I can understand why it'd be confusing. It makes sense. Question, Mahali. Have I considered making any of the stalactites super long or potentially even super thin column where stalactite and stalagmite meet might help with eliminate any perception of clouds? That's a good point. I had something similar in, I'll see if I can find it, the previous version of this. This one. This version had like a column where there was a section of roofing that connected to the ground. So I can see that. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can kind of see it a bit better. So I can kind of see that working out. I don't think I could introduce that kind of visual here. That would be difficult, but like at the very least a longer stalactite could work. Maybe not connecting all the way to the ground. Just food for thought? No, I appreciate it. Thank you. Is there anything beside rock that might be in the cave ceiling? I've been thinking about it. My initial first thought is like, if I just put some like candle bugs up in the ceiling, that'll help to break it up a little bit. But I really, really, really want them to be kind of low to the ground, where they appear. The other thing that came to mind is I believe there are some kinds of fungus, like fungi. Bats are good, but they don't really stand out too much, you know, especially against the dark stalactites. So it'd probably be something like bioluminescent fungus and stuff, or roots, or something that breaks up the. Because I get what you mean. I get what you mean. It's a way of communicating more complexity. That way, it doesn't just look like cloud shapes. Totally fair. No, but I like the idea. It's just I don't think I could do it in a way where they'd actually show up in a meaningful way. Unfortunately, I just don't have the skill in me. I think it's more that the composition as it currently is just doesn't have room for that. Unfortunately, like I'd need this area to be brighter in order to have the bats pop against it. That or like a Legend of Zelda, like a fiery bat. So like a caw, you know. But that's not the intention. Leave some areas less refined. Hardy Fowler was saying this a lot. Don't over render to death. For sure. That's what I'm trying to be conscious of. That's why I left the roof so loose before, was because I didn't want to overly render, because I want the majority of the focus to be here on the tavern. But it is making sense that if I leave it too loose for the entire ceiling, clouds. So I need to render a little bit up the top here, but the further down, I think I keep it loose. To zoom in 1,000, you'll see the tiny... Yeah, exactly. Exactamundo. If I were to add something to the ceiling, it would have to be bioluminescent something, I think, in order to have it pop. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. It could be little bioluminescent mushrooms, something small, something like this. Just little ceiling dots like that. I don't mind that, actually. Oh, that does start feeling a little bit busy though. What if I keep it simple? Add another layer. We'll call this bioluminescence. Whether it is bioluminescence or not, who's to say? But it has that kind of effect. What if I were to do just like little bits? Just little bits, not super populated, just like a little bit, to the point where you get the feeling like, oh, like are they shiny gems in the ceiling, or is it like reflective quartz dust stuff, you know, something. Super close to finishing. It's gorgeous. Thank you. I have a few things that are still needing work. Like the tavern hasn't been rendered yet. I need to poke some more holes in the tree here. I may as well do that now since I've mentioned it. Ooh, wrong brush. Excusez-moi. More crabs. Yeah, I do want to add at least another crab as well. Just need to add the Sharknado. Oh, good luck. Could you imagine? I've actually seen videos of artists like that where they're like, okay, so we start with a beige canvas. We move a bit of pigment around in order to establish like a dynamic background. And then we dig into it with some base colors to establish the portrait. Okay, we start on the face, the details, and then let's just get crazy with it. And then they just cover the whole thing in a completely other color that obscures everything, that does absolutely nothing to what was previously established. And they essentially do just a completely different painting over the top of the original one. And they're presenting it as, this is part of my process in order to get to my, like the previous two steps of the beige background and the establishing the portrait and everything. All of that was integral to the process of then splattering like dynamic like paint strokes all over. It just confuses me. It confuses me. It looks amazing by the end of it. Don't get me wrong, but I get bamboozled. You like the ceiling dots? Oh, okay. I'll bookmark them. Twitch chat is always right. No, I will not agree with that. I stand my ground. Twitch chat has opinions, and those opinions can be right and they can be wrong, like anybody's can. Twitch chat demands wheels of cheese. Yeah, exactly. And at that point in time, I would truly be broke. Mahali, I'm looking at your finances and it says here that you spend over $300 a week on wheels of cheese, plural? That doesn't sound... Wait, give me a sec. Research. Wheel of Parmesan cheese. How much are we talking? How much does this hurt? Ooh! It's 300 for one. It's 300 for one wheel of cheese. Ooh. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. $300 for one wheel of cheese. Yeah, literally one. Love that you instinctively knew the pricing, or clearly coming from somebody who is deeply familiar with the cheese economy. Life without cheese is not a life. Well, I fundamentally agree. I don't think I'd spend $300 on cheese. Ever? Even if I was a gajillionaire or whatever. When I become rich and famous on Twitch and I woo a foreign king to become my patron of the arts. When that happens, even then I don't think I'd spend $300 on a wheel of cheese. I don't think I'd be able to do it. Is a bit overpriced. I mean, here is the one exception. Here's the one exception. If I were having like a bougie party, I guess. If I was hosting the king, who is my patron, right? If I was hosting the king, then maybe at that point I'd fork out on the $300 wheel of cheese. But then at that point, is it me buying the cheese or is it me buying the cheese for a big occasion? You know? Of my own volition, for myself, I would never buy that wheel of cheese. I'll put it that way. Okay, what I'm doing with the tree here is I've identified that it's a pretty blocky shape on the canvas and it takes up a big footprint. So a way of making it feel less blocky is by breaking up its silhouette. So I'm taking some of the background elements and bringing them into it. That way it breaks up how chunky it is. Here in the US, have this thing called the cheese caves. The government saw that you had too much cheese and the price was going to crash, so they bought it all and stored it in those caves, then slowly released it later to stabilize pricing. That's brilliant. Well done for forward thinking. had multiple programs like that. They're all gone now. Yeah, I mean, makes sense because like I presume there's not as much money in cheese, or at least like comparatively, there might be the same amount of money in cheese or even more, but in comparison to where the rest of the economy is, I don't think like 30% of the economy is tied up in cheese assets. I would not imagine that to be the case. Although it does make me laugh to think that that would be the case, so I kind of want it to be, but I don't think it is. Yeah, I've got money in big cheese. No, you don't understand, Frank. We need to secure the cheddar. No, I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about literal, actual cheese cheddar. Go, go, go. Oh, how the wheels of cheese turn. The only economies you can break are in games. It's fun. Hi, Dump Truck. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Speaking of fun. What layer are you? Lighting? Oh, I suppose. Hi, hi. Good, but tired. How's Mahali? Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. It was a full-on day. I have secured boxes, and packing has begun. I am anticipating that the big move will happen here. So painting is happening this coming week, next week. That's going to take like 4 days for it to like happen and then dry. Because apparently something noxious fumes don't want to like sleep in the paint. A boy can dream. Then after that, like the big stuff will need to be moved over, like my bed and my piano and stuff. Like we'll need to head over. But then after that, we're locked into the new place. I anticipate that next week will be fine in terms of streaming, but I think after like the week after that, I'll need to cancel stream for the week just so that I can not die from stress. But yes, after that week of break, it's been a while since I've given myself a break actually, so probably not the worst thing. We'll be in the new place. We'll be in the new place properly, in the new stream room and everything. I'm excited. I'm excited. Congrats for the upcoming stuff. Thank you. I'm so glad to actually have things nailed into place now, because it's been so nebulous and like gaseous form up until now. So I'm glad that we actually have dates locked in. My piano is in the one that you saw visiting the Yep. The one from my grandmother. It'd be nice. Yeah. No, I'm super excited because I'm anticipating living in this new place for at least the next decade. So you know that satisfaction of in video games making a decision that you know is a permanent one, where you put a card in your deck in like a deck building game or whatever, and you know that that's going to be a card that you'll never want to remove from the deck ever again, or you pick a power up, or you put in a Pokemon move, or you equip an item or something, and you're like, this is my end game item, this is like the thing that like is the build. It feels kind of like that, where moving into this new place, I know that all the decisions that I'm going to make are going to be like clicky decisions where I put them in and it makes like a satisfying click. So I'm keen. I'm keen. The face of your hunter in destiny. Exactly. Where you're like, this is perma. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I also, because it is going to be like pretty permanent place as compared to this place that I'm currently in. I'm going to be excited to kind of build it with stream in mind a little bit as well. So like Fields, I believe jokingly the other day was like, "Oh, Hog Champ, we'll be able to do the like Mahali cooking streams." And yeah, like I would legitimately be able to do that. Traditional art, yeah, I'd be able to do traditional art because I'll be able to set up my little office space with like a bit of ventilation and like a fan on the other side of the room to create like a cross draft so that I'm not huffing all the fumes and stuff. I'm super keen. Since no one has asked, got to see your nephew from another nephew. You got to see your nephew from another nephew? In what way? How so? Explain. You claim him as your nephew? He's getting so big and so smart. Nice. Is this a friend's child? Instead of no, I got that much. Correct? Hell yeah, that's awesome. I'm a true believer in found family, as opposed to exclusively biological. So, very much so. If it's a case of like you're considered to be the auntie, I think that's just as legit as the other type. Just like we're each other's dads. Correct. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Thanks, Dad. Hi, Pretender. How you doing? This time last year, you were helping out, looking after him once a week. Haven't seen him in 2 months, so it was wonderful. I'm glad to hear. Glad to hear the Pretender's in the pit. No, I'm honestly, no, glad to hear. He's a little guy? Yeah. As a little guy myself, I can appreciate that. People are going to see photos of me out and about. I'll be standing next to trees or something as like a point of reference, and I'm going to be Smurf sized, is how I'm setting the expectation. Oh yeah, Bahali? Papa Smurf energy on that one. Teeny tiny little guy. Teeny, they're just so small. Big as a thumb. You're gonna have a daughter? And they're gonna get married. I mean, you also have Papa Smurf energy then. Take pics next to massive old trees. Just in a state of whimsy. Yeah. I'll throw my hair back and I'll be mid laugh as the photo's taken. I always find those I find those photos so funny. I know they're supposed to be cute, they're supposed to be romantic, and they are. Fundamentally, don't let me take it away from people who enjoy those photos. They fundamentally are, as you've said. Don't worry about it. I'm just is my silly little opinion. But all I can think of when I see those photos is the camera person whispering out of frame, hey, pretend that you just heard the funniest joke you've ever heard in your entire life. Just like cackle a little bit, you know. Oh, very good. Yeah, no, good. Yeah, hold that angle. It's because I'm a weirdo. It's because I'm a weirdo. I have to deconstruct everything, but it's one I think of every single time without fail. It's a problem. When he grows up, he's going to be huge. He is 1 and 3 months. Already wearing clothes for 2 to 3. Ooh, yeah, huge. Huge indeed. The ladies laughing while eating salad. Exactly those photos, yes. Exactly the ones that I'm talking about. Like, how long do we have to keep this up? My cheeks are hurting. This salad is hilarious. Before you knew AI was bad, you generated ladies laughing while eating a salad and it was cursed. 2 rows of the... Oh, God. Ooh. Sounds like one of those photos back in the day. So accurate. Well, of course. But it sounds like one of those photos back in the day where it'd be deemed as a... Congratulations, Pretender. It'd be deemed as like a creepypasta, like this is proof of this is proof of the theory that some people have like skeletons in their skeletons and there's secretly skeletons wearing people. Your daughter will marry your nephew. Oh, 14. Boom. No, you're fine. There'd be a bunch of like cursed photos back in the day on the internet where it would be like quote unquote proof of fish people or quote unquote proof of lizard people or quote unquote proof of ghosts, and it would just essentially be just like either a really poorly photoshopped photo or one that's clearly like been taken weird, like the exposure was strange or they moved the camera and there was a bit of like there's a word for it, like extra elements were included in the photo just from the movement of the camera and stuff. So funny. The cursed generated image of the ladies laughing over salad reminds me of that. Specifically where you said that they had like double teeth or whatever. I could totally see it being this is proof that there are skeletons wearing people, like conspiracy theory, like forum or something out there. Stares while listening. Was I more concise the second time? No. Mahali's lost it? No, I swear. There used to be... No, excuse me. Everybody's familiar with... Everybody's familiar with... Everyone is familiar with conspiracy theorists, right? Where you'd have like... lizard people exist, and here is the proof. Like, if you see this photo, you can actually... You see where it looks like the skin is like double skin, where it's all bunched up, because that's where they're wearing the skin suit bit, you know, so that they can get away with being lizards. There used to be a bunch of photos like that on the internet ages ago. Yeah, where it was literally just like weird photos that had been taken for whatever reason, and people were using them as quote unquote proof of their conspiracy theories. What happened to skeletons wearing people? Well, that's what I was saying, is that your generated image where you were saying it was cursed 2 rows of teeth, right? I was saying that it reminds me of that back in the day, where they would take that photo that you generated and they would be like, look, proof, see the double sets of teeth? Proof that my conspiracy theory of insert whatever conspiracy theory exists. It just reminds me of that. Hi Skull, how you doing? Attempting a Regent run. Why do you say it like that? Regent is Regent's a good time. Mahali is fine, obviously. You're fine. It was a strange thing that I was attempting to convey, so I do not blame you at all in the slightest for being confused. Usually fine with wild and wacky explanations, but you're so tight. You're fine, as I said. I feel as though it's a strange thing to convey, even when everybody is like on the same page and well rested and ... You know, I do not blame you. How you doing, Skull? How'd you sleep? Almost did 8k steps today, which is about 6k more than you've been doing recently. Well, that's the thing, is it's always within, it's always with context, right? Babysitting is tiring. I've got a couple of nephews who are incredibly active, and they're clever cookies as well, if I may say so, because I brag about them, and because they're so clever, it it ups the energy expenditure. Those are baby numbers. Well, in comparison to less than that, it's big. Hi Miz, welcome in. How you doing? How'd you go? Was there a shout out? Yes, there was. Excellent. The Voidness. Nice. How'd you go? How was stream? Sorry if I'm low energy. I had a busy day today, so I'm a little bit sleepy. Did you have a good time? Welcome in, everyone. Hi. Lemon, Aiden. But yeah, one, I hope stream was good, and two, Miz, if you've got anything that you'd like to share, I would love to see. Forgot to change your category, as is the way. Ended with the with the SCP game. Fair. Fair. Was it good? But yes, the usual, Miz. If you've got any work that you would like to share, I would love to see posted directly in the chat or the Discord. Both or either work completely. Words. Words are tough. Words are tough. Witness was good. Made progress in SCP. Nice. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. I'm glad to hear. Why don't I have a hydrate redeem? Request that I hydrate, please, for sleepy. Yeah, okay. I did have a hydrate. It became order a drink. But then it's not quite the same thing anymore. So I should. Thank you, Davies. Thank you. No, I appreciate it. Refreshing. In terms of what we're working on today, I've been stuck in rendering ceiling purgatory for a little bit, so I've decided to temporarily give it a break to work on some of the other elements of the piece. I'll inevitably go back up to it and start tinkering away. In specific, like my specific problem, my particular problem with the roof is that from a distance it kind of looks like clouds, which I don't like. So I'm going through and trying to add a little bit more definition to it so that not all the way through, I'll keep it loose where it needs to be. But I need to add just a little bit more definition to illustrate that it's a cave. Hi Noelle, how you doing? You now understand? You're all good, you're all good. Oh, 18's not bad. Not bad at all. Miz, if you're feeling tuckered out after stream, I recommend that you look after yourself first and foremost. Drink, food, sleep, be merry. Because yeah, streaming does take a lot out of you. So I recommend that you look after yourself. Could show a way old piece from back when you were getting into digital art. Yeah, you could do. Hell yeah. With the natural 20. That face. I mean, the 18 deserves it. Speaking of deserving, I feel like a little bit of confetti for the 20. Just a smidge. A peppering, a sprinkling. Okay, that's enough confetti. we've hit our confetti budget ceiling. Was that? Oh, close. Supposed to take an ad break? Yes, I am. Thank you for the reminder. Apologies for hitting you guys with ads immediately, but it has been an hour, so I need to take my break. I'll be back soon though. I'm going to get up, I'm going to stretch a little bit. I recommend that you do the same if you've been sat for an extended period of time. Get up, move around. I'm going to run ads in the meantime, just so that we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the next hour. I'll see you soon. Yeah, B. I'm back a little bit early. I'm back a little bit early. Miz, I'll have a look at the image when we're through the ads in the next 30 seconds. Just so that everyone can see. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, let's have a look at let's have a look at art, shall we? Shall we feast our eyes? Feast our eyes upon spooky cursed tree. Boo! I love it. That's fantastic. Sorry, don't mind me. Oh, we've got some lovely texture around the knot. I love. And then obviously we've got the bark texture as well. Miasma around the roots. Some stylized grass. Hell yeah. Oh no. That's tough. That's tough. I love the gradient. I love the subtle gradient on it as well. No, it looks good. It looks good. I will say this though, Miz. It looks really good, but also at the same time, natural 20. But also at the same time, I can also see how far you've come since then. Now, you know what I mean. Frick. You've made leaps and bounds in terms of progress with your skill. So don't get me wrong, it looks great, but also you're doing good. You're doing good. Thank you for sharing. That was your literal first digital art piece. It's not bad for your literal first one. Not bad at all. Better than mine. Way better than my first art piece. On digital, yeah, no, head and shoulders above. Yeah, right? Congrats. Congrats, Logic, on the natural 20. Everybody's getting nat 20. When was the last time I got a natural 20? I think literal months ago. Use your reaction to deflect the stab. Yeah, I reckon you could do that. Compared to your profile picture? Yeah. At least. Hey, nice. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good morning. Your throat hurts? Sorry, bud. How new is this? Is it something that you've woken up with, or has it been a couple of days? Started today. Well, sadly can't stay. Hope you all have a good rest of the stream. Thanks, Noel. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for stopping in. Look after yourself, bud. If it is something that started today, then my recommendation to you is you can gargle salt water, and it helps to like mess with the bacteria in the back of your throat. Like it makes it less of a good place to be for it, so it's less likely to develop. At least that's kind of how it's been explained to me before by people who actually know what they're talking about. So yeah, like putting some salt in water until it's salty water, and then gargling that at the back of your throat. Obviously spit it out. Do not drink said salt water. That's a bad time. But yeah, that can help kind of nip it in the bud a little bit. Make sure that it doesn't become like a full-on like cold, flu, whatever it happens to be, or at least throat infection, something. Your friends are getting sick, so you wish for them to get better. Compel them. Hot tea with honey in it, for sure. That's the next thing. The reason why I suggest this is because this is kind of something that you can only really do during the early stages when it's first started, because then after that, like, the bacterial cultures have already spread. Like, it's just a thing. Whereas at this point, you can be a little bit preventative. The lemon tea with honey is a really good follow up though. Yeah, I completely agree. It'll break up the mucus. Yeah. And then of course the usual, like chicken soup, so that it soothes your throat and then gives you a big punch of vitamins as well. Hi Digi, how you doing? Welcome. I'm currently messing around with the silhouette of the tree, Digi. I'm making it so that it is not just a block. Combat the sickies. Ooh, you know what? Here, let me give you advantage on that one, Miz, because I'd like to help. We got there. Chicken noodle soothes the body and soul. Double digits, baby. Spoke to Doc. Not allowed to have much honey due to diabetes. Fair. Other forms of tea are helpful then, in which case. The one that I usually go to is called Tavern, but I don't think Tavern in English. No, not Tavern. Greek mountain tea. Wow, that makes sense. Sai is tea, Vurno is mountain. So yeah, but like I was hoping that there'd be something more specific. Heck, that's what I have. That's what I drink when I'm getting a cold. Is I drink Greek mountain tea. If you can find Greek mountain tea, go for it. But like, I don't know. There are teas that you can have that are helpful. You must go get food. Yeah, go. Infection already raising your blood sugar. Yeah, fair. But yeah, no, go eat. Just go eat, Miz. Good. Let the silhouettes flow through you. It's flowing through me. I don't mind it. You missed away? You're also hungry? Yeah, go. Sort yourselves out. If goes to everyone. If you're hungry and you need to go grab food, please get out of here. Go eat. Did someone say silhouettes? I did. Who is that mysterious silhouette in the doorway? If it is not Dump Truck Davies, sort of lounging in the lounging on the door frame. With, why are you dressed up like a noir crime thriller? Look after yourself, Aiden. Chat soon. Person with comically round buttock silhouette. Davies of House Dump Truck. Yeah. Jessica Rabbit surely established an expectation for character silhouettes. I'll say that much. It was a thing that was done. That movie rules. I do like Who Framed Roger Rabbit. It's a really good film. I found it incredibly scary back in the day. Back when I was a wee lamb, I found it to be absolutely terrifying. The judge was, oh, can't do it. I challenge you, Jessica Rabbit. This mysterious figure is vaguely European as well. Hi, Bottle. How you doing? Ruly. Nice. Reminded some folks? It always happens. It always happens. There's always a chain reaction. How you doing? How's your week been? Incredibly lucky by the looks of things. Goodbye, Bottle. Goodbye, my heart. Oh, goodbye, Ruly. Look after yourself, bud. I don't know. Bottle-sided? Bobble. Goodbye, Moon Man. Speaking of Goodbye, Moon Man, because of Fields, I will occasionally just think of that song. I will occasionally just think of the Goodbye Moon Man song from Rick and Morty. It never had that sort of sticking power in my brain before he randomly brought it up one stream. He's like, hey, so I've had Goodbye Moon Man stuck in my head randomly today. Restful nap in the pit. Granted. Doing good. Pixie has taken Petrie to Melbourne today for all sorts of x-rays and things. So you're home alone, not knowing what to do with yourself. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Have you had an opportunity... Sorry, not to... Have you had an opportunity to do any writing? I'm excited. Because I know that when I get like a day where I can just sit down and do D&D prep, I get kind of giddy and I sit there poring over it. So I'm hoping you've had an opportunity. Gonna close your eyes. Enjoy your nap. Enjoy your nap. Especially with how tired you are today, then yeah. Do it. I've got references of Weeping Willows over on my other screen that I'm just poring over at the moment. Trees are always heckin' weird. Sometimes you absolutely nail how they look. Other times you look at the tree and you're like, I don't know, man, it's too wonky. And then you look at trees and you're like, they're all wonky. I'm probably thinking about it too much, but I'm not at a point where I'm happy to walk away from developing it further. You have Obsidian open right now, intended to do so much writing, maybe do like a whole chapter. You've laid in your bed scrolling TikTok for an hour and a half. Oh, no. Well, break the cycle, break the cycle. Anything to do, literally anything to break you out of that. Moving to another room could help. Listen to my art, soul. Why do you torment me like this? I say something one time and regret it immediately. You're fine, by the way. I jest. Already done? Okay, good. On the PC, opened my stream, writing lore things to fill out the world building for yourself in Obsidian. Good. Let the ideas flow through you. Hell yeah. If there's one thing that I learned from our previous session, it's that all of my pedanticisms when it came to like preemptively working on world building have entirely paid off, because it has allowed me to kind of develop in any direction depending on what you guys do. So I will forever put all of my stocks in world building, forever and always. Pedantry? Sorry. Regardless of my pedantry. Fleshing out the standard abilities of Engraced and the Foundation for more individualized blessings. Nice. That's always like a fun like audience investment thing. Like, oh, I wonder what this person's abilities are. If it's a case of everybody cookie cutter has the ability to like point their finger and do a little death ray out of their finger, there's no investment in that particular ability. Like, it can do its narrative job, but there's no excitement for like, what's this person gonna do, you know? So I completely agree that no, that's super exciting. That's awesome. How's all day being alive stuff gone? Yeah, no, I'm living. How you doing, bud? How was your day? Especially after the long was it yesterday that you had the long shift? Regardless, I hope you're resting up. Welcome back, Squid. Hi, Noctua. Hi. You have foods? Nice. What do you have? What's on the menu? Chilling while you wait for a friend to come back for some seats. Nice. Did you have dinner? Feeling comfortable within the bounds of your own creation allows for improvising, stretching into new places from a solid foundation. Yeah, no, I definitely felt that, because there was a temporary moment of panic, but then it's like, no, wait, I've done the prep. I know this city. I can do stuff. And I can't speak to like authoring a novel, but I'd anticipate that it would be similar to that, where if there's this feeling of like, oh, but if I have that character do that, that changes everything. But then you stop for a second, you're like, but I'm aware of everything, more or less, so I'd know how that would domino. Some chili dogs. Nice. You just had chili dogs on hand? Rick. Gonna call into work for Friday and Saturday. You're so fricked. Thank God you did 8 shifts last week. It was Sunday, then you had a shorter shift on Monday. Yeah, okay. So it has been a couple of days. Saying it in a silly way, but you also mean it. Which? Listen to my art soul. Yeah, fair. Art soul is always whispering the truth to you. Have to bend my ear, of course. My art soul knows I need to be incredibly articulate when I say it. My art soul is incredibly responsive to my intuition. No, I get that. Just had some pasta. Nice. Marley's a cracked. No, do not share propaganda in my chat. How dare you? Why did Shiz autocorrect to? You're passionate. That's not an issue. Something to be relished. You've done a one shot with him. His inside. A single poo. It was a special moment. You need to forge your new Tavern Sona. Hell yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, you've got the skeleton, right? Not the actual. We were talking about actual skeletons before, but you've got like the. You've got the foundation. One of the wildest things you experienced when doing actual writing stuff was how surprised you were at what was happening. Like things organically coming to the page and you're sitting there going, didn't know this was going to happen. Yeah, for sure. Because once you know all of the game pieces, like people use it as a metaphor all the time. Like, oh, you know, it's politics is a game of chess or whatever. You're playing a game of chess where you're establishing all of the pieces, and then once they're all established, you know how they move. Like, you're not surprised at the fact that the knight moves in an L shape, but you're surprised at maybe what that sets the knight up to do next turn. You know what I mean? Like, you're not surprised at how they function, you're surprised at the outcomes because you've done all of the pre-work. Tavern Sona, yeah, because Digi had Pluck, the goblin, who has embarked on an adventure through this waterfall here, to attempt to find one, where it goes, and two, the quest delivery person who delivers these quests. On a semi-regular basis, who's been investigating for a little while now. Can you get a full zoom out? Yeah, sure. This is where it's at currently. Politics is a game of Monopoly. Fortnite edition. True. Politics is like a wheel of cheese. Hi Paradox, how you doing? It's looking delish. Thank you. I wouldn't usually spend this much time on a piece. If I was struggling this much with it, I would move on and be like, this is beyond me. I need to develop my skills a little bit more. But I'm committed. I adore it. I have to. Full of holes. Oh, good. No, that was a good follow-up, not sure, to the Wheel of Cheese. I do like that. Digi, you walk up to the quest page, you pull it from its dagger, and you read. Hilda the Hill Giant is wanting fresh jam. Make the flavor interesting. Choose at least one challenge. Style, street art. Technique, pick 2 contrasting colors. Or detail. It might be their birthday just in case. Gift wrap it. Sure. If this sounds like an interesting quest to embark on, did you please let me know? And if that's the case, pick a challenge, at least one. The detail is cute. It is. It makes me chuckle every time. Going a little quiet, listen only so you can accomplish some stuff. Yeah, of course. Lurk away, be productive. Thanks for stopping. Thanks for stopping by. Large piece of cheese. It looks appetizing, but as you look at it, it makes you gassy and bloated. True. The detail is... Yeah. Hi, boys and girls. Hi, Katya. How you doing? Welcome. Gotta check on the fish shop. It's tough. It's tough. You can head down to the pit. It just won't be accidental. You accept, and of course you will gift wrap it. Okay, okay. With this declaration out loud for all of your fellow tavern goers to hear, the quill jumps to life, scrawls your name upon the page, and commits you to this task. The contract has been signed. Good luck. Can't wait to see what flavor of jam. Doing good. Working on your Resident Evil fanfiction. Nice, 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 nice. Have a character design accessory question. Is this a good time to ask? Now might be a little bit busy, Paradox. You can always ask it in the conversation section on Discord, which should allow clarity for people to give you like well thought out answers. Kicks the ladder to extend down. Takes shorter time to dive down though. Yeah, it does. It always does. Does an arcana check on the quest. Oh, nothing, unfortunately. Nothing. It's at least now that the contract has been signed, it seems to be just a dull piece of parchment. Got to do the passport photo today. I hate having your pictures taken. I always manage to. I don't know how I do it. I have a gift. I have a gift for making myself look like I'm being held there against my will in prison. It looks like a prison photo every time. Yeah, it's a skill. It's not a skill that I recommend anybody developing, but I clearly have. Khan is continuing the side quests, all part of the plan. For the pincer maneuver. No, I get it. I get it. You look like a White Walker on your driving license. Yeah, right? 1, why do I have to remove my glasses? And 2, why can't I smile? So heckin' rude. You're not surprised somehow? I was so tempted to, when I got an updated passport, I was so tempted to show it on stream, be like, look everyone, I look horrendous. But then I realized there are other things on a passport that you shouldn't show to a live audience. And that's when my my survival mechanisms started kicking in. A little bit of a delay on them. Might be a good idea to stop holding that piece of paper with a number on it. That orange shirt when it's so comfortable, you know. What are you supposed to do with your hands otherwise? And why would I not wear orange? It's so attention grabbing. I'm quite the boisterous individual. I love people staring at me when I'm outside. Being Slavic, shouldn't smile on ID photos. You'd be unrecognizable. Yuri, is this you? Yes, my brother, this is me. This is me on my passport photo. No, this is not you, Yuri. You have life in you. No, it's the same with like Greek official documentation. It would just be wrong, I feel, to be all like smirky on it. I feel it just doesn't fit right. Allowed to have a small smile with your mouth closed. No, I get told off. I have to get away with it like a small white collar crime, like tee hee hee tiptoe tiptoe. Your driver license photo is 10 years old. Yeah, well that was the thing. My passport wasn't even 10 years old is the problem. I think it was like 8 years old at the time, but I needed to get it updated because I was at serious risk of being held at an airport at some point. I was in Germany, so we went through Germany to get to Greece so I could visit family. I was almost held at a German airport because they thought my passport was fake because I so didn't look like my passport photo. I'll paint a picture for you. You ready? Back when I initially had it taken, Would have been like 12 years ago at this point. I had incredibly short hair. I was skinny boy. I hadn't been diagnosed with like eye problems, whatever. I didn't have glasses. No facial hair. I was incapable of growing facial hair and was completely clean shaven. Yeah, and I was quite fit at the time as well. So like all these things. Cut to me in a German airport handing over my passport to a security officer, them looking at a photo of, we ready? Race. This child. Then they drop the passport down to look over it to see me, the person who was, one, at the heaviest weight that I've ever been at. I think I was like 123 kilos or something at the time. So I was a round boy at the time. I had very long hair in a ponytail down to my lower back, mid-back, down to my mid-back. I won't go that far. Glasses, scruffy facial hair, with like graphic t-shirt on and hoodie. And it was honestly like I was trying to commit some sort of identity fraud. Like unironically, it straight up looked like I was going, yeah, I'm Charlie. Yeah, no, that's my name. Yeah, that's me. It honestly looked like I was attempting to impersonate somebody else. So I had to update my passport because I just didn't look like myself anymore. But it was viable for 10 years, so I still had like a couple of years on it. I just snacks on some fruit leather. Oh, and Bob, how you doing? I mean, you are snacking on the fruit leather as you fall into the pit, so it's like it's not a boring journey. You've got something to keep yourself occupied. The prison uniform is green and beige, not orange. Ah, that's boring. Posted the question in Discord. Perfect. When I get an opportunity to Paradox, I'll give it an answer. If anybody has a bit of free time and wants to provide a bit of feedback to Paradox's question, that's posted in the Discord in the conversation section. Sounds like I was 12 when it was taken. No. I just had an incredible baby face. Is the thing. I was, I think, 19 at the time. Yeah. Can't imagine me at that weight, a bit over that weight yourself. Yeah, no, my weight has fluctuated quite a bit over the years. I'm relatively small at the moment. I'm about 80 kilos now. So what's the maths on that? 123 to, yeah, I'm like 45 kilos lighter than I was. It's been a lot. It's been a lot of hard work, but irresponsible hard work at the same time. I dropped a lot of the weight in like a really unhealthy way. So I do not recommend that. I recommend what I'm doing at the moment, which is like calorie counting, but eating nutritious food as well to like compensate for it. And don't go supremely below your calorie intake, you know. It might be tempting to be like, I'll speed run it. No, don't do it. Take your time. It's one of those things where you'll feel healthier and there'll be less negative side effects afterwards if you do it responsibly. Passports are valid for 10 years. It's a long time. Must happen all the time. That's the thing, right? That's the thing, is like, it's people, especially going from their early 20s, like approaching their 30s, you're gonna have big changes. Used to be 140 kilos, but you lost it all before you started uni, which is pretty boggers. Now you're 0 kilos, good lord. You lost your weight super bad too. Lost 40 kilos in 3 months kind of deal. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. That's my little nugget of advice if anybody's trying to lose weight at the moment is don't try and drop it all in one go. Take your time with it. The old passport photo, you were like 12, had to use it at 21. Thank goodness nobody was confused because your face didn't change since you were 11. Don't think they even ever asked ID when buying booze in Poland because you've been looking 28 for the past 20 years. Well, that's the thing. There's like different genetic features, right? Like I didn't look like an adult until arguably now, and with the assistance of facial hair. Hi Slink, how you doing? Hi Jam. Overwatch games tonight? Probably not. I finish at about 11 tonight, so I'll probably need to probably need to wrap up and head to sleep after that. Thanks for the offer, though. I appreciate it. You had bariatric surgery, lost 90 kilos, got sick. They removed the gastric band, did not check on your bulimia, gained all back. Sorry, bud. It's tough. It's a difficult thing. It's a really, really, really difficult thing. Don't blame you. Don't think we have prison uniforms in Denmark? Wait, what? It's bring your own uniform to work day? Crazy how much facial hair changes. It does. It does. It changes a ton. The shape of your face, how old you look. Still building the Lego Batmobile? Yeah. Yep. I mean, especially some of those larger sets that take heckin' ages. You were getting hit on at 12 by grown men thinking you were like 20. Never seen men power walk off so fast when you clarified. Yeah, good. Piss off. Outside of one, which seems super happier when you clarified. Oh, ooh, yeah, no, get out of there. Run. In Australia, you can buy different shirts to wear. Default is green, beige. You can also buy shoes, and up to 2018, you could buy Xbox 360 and PS3s. Sure. For the majority of cases, prison is like incredibly brutal. There are only very, very, very few instances where it's like, yeah, you know what? That person deserves to not have like anything, you know? The inmates, but apparently perhaps also the guards, as you're seeing some articles about an experiment that sounds like it produced positive results. Hey, cool. Does like a better job at what's the word? Reconciliating? No. You know the term. Rehabilitating inmates. Yeah, cool. By using the prison currency, it's crazy how it is there. It's like its own economy. For sure, but like it's good, right? It encourages good behavior and kind of teaches people who, some of which probably didn't have like a fantastic education when it came to like how to sort of earn your keep. So it's a good way of sort of instilling it in people. Part of that rehabilitation, which I am fond of. Again, only a few cases of like this person doesn't deserve to be reintegrated. Prisons in other countries also are so silly, incomparable. Even Poland is more bearable than this commercialized BS in the US. But even in the US, it's quite different from state to state, I think, because I don't think prisons are generally federally run. But I can't speak on any of it because I'm not familiar with how the system fundamentally works. So I will choose to not comment because I don't know. I don't want to comment on something I don't know about. Prison is very bad. Person who was in prison who told you all this went to hospital multiple times from shankings. Yeah. And if you're there for like a relatively minor crime, it's a brutal environment to be in. Knew a guy who worked in San Diego prison as the guard. Stories he told you, not about inmates, but about screwed up system, were crazy. But still, I think that would be limited to San Diego specifically, right? Unless it was a federal prison. I think there's a distinction between the two. Their guns on brink, like flintlocks, wheel locks, matchlocks, or even arquebus. I don't believe so. Maybe like really, really, really like primitive flintlocks that are like the awful ones. You know how they've got like awful accuracy. It takes you like half an hour to load them. There's like a 50-50 chance that they misfire or they like explode in the chamber. Like awful flintlocks, I think, is maybe the furthest I'd push it. It encourages good behavior except from outside can also give money to the prison. Will be transferred to the prisoners. See, there's a problem there. You also got to God Usopp in One Piece. Nice. I love Dressrosa. I love Dressrosa so much. It's so good. There are always going to be like some elements to the story that I go, eh. But overall, Dressrosa was so good. Article says it makes the guards feel more like people to the inmates instead of uniforms, creating a better relationship between them. Means less violent outbursts. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Because these are people that you need to share space with for, in some cases, decades. It's good to have it be less confrontational. I don't think everyone can be rehabilitated. I think there should be some extra step to actually decide with some social workers and psychiatrists. Someone isn't fixable because some people just are beyond the point of return. Oh, for sure. But in general, I approach life with like second chances in mind. Believe it or not, the flintlock is the least primitive of what you named. I'm not familiar with the other terms. I'm not a gun enthusiast. I'm not familiar with the historic development of the guns. Arquebus is just like a tiny handheld cannon. Oh, that would be sick. Yeah, no, let's go with that. I like that as a concept. Arquebus is how it all started. Yeah, I'd imagine that would be the case, right? Because cannons, I definitely see as being like the first things invented because of how chonky they are. And then like a little handheld cannon, again, makes sense. We're attempting to make this, but small, so that we can carry it around with us. Okay. More weeping willows, please. What is happening in the chat? Are Harley making the tavern into prison? Yeah, correct. We're just deciding on the rules. No, absolutely not. I can't even... I can't maintain it. No, we're just talking about... I don't know what started the conversation on prisons, but we were just discussing prisons in general. Finally ordered some watercolors. Gonna dip your toes into traditional art. Exciting. Exciting, exciting. I will join you soon. I will join you soon. As soon as I'm in the new place, the plan is to start prepping the passport photos. Yes, that was what led to it. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. I'm going to be prepping the new place for so that it is traditional art friendly. Hi Uma, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Tavern. Hi. How's your day been? You saw a beautiful 3D piece made out of concrete with glue on the wooden board, painted over it. Kind of want to try. Yeah, there are some traditional formats that are just sick, that are absolutely sick. There's an artist that I follow on Insta who does up a portrait, then does up a portrait, covers it in glass, then shatters glass, then like preserves the shatter in resin, and then does like additional things around it. Like they, I think another thing that they do is they'll have like a framed photo or something, sorry, a framed painted portrait or whatever, and then have like hands coming out of the frame and stuff and interacting with the frame. It's so good. You've seen it? Isn't it good? Isn't it great? You're good. Glad to hear. How's it going? Yeah, good. My sleep's been a little bit, not rough. It's been inconsistent, so I'm a little bit sleepy at the moment, but otherwise can't complain. Working on this image that I can complain. I've been stuck on this image for like a month, more than a month. A little bit of a lie on my part. It's more than a month, but I'm committed to it, so I'm just going to keep toiling away at it until it's done, however long it takes. If it takes a million years, it won't take a million years, but if it takes another couple of months, I've committed myself to seeing it to completion. I want it to be truly beautiful. Whose fault is that? Mine for not being good enough. Obsessed with the glasswork. It's almost there. I appreciate the optimism, I do, but I'm seeing too many issues with it. Staring at painting, this pixel is wrong. It's not even pixel. Like I can go through and I can shotgun it quickly. The silhouette for the tree is wrong. Like it's not, it doesn't read correctly from a distance. So I'm trying to break it up a little bit more so that it looks a little bit more visually interesting than it currently does. That applies to this tree over here on the right as well. I need to do a little bit more with it to break up the silhouette. The lighting on the tavern is incorrect. Similar to how I've done these slats on the window. Sorry, I'm rapid fire. Don't stop me. See these slats in this window here? I want to give that kind of treatment to the rest of the tavern, where there's like a little bit of a ramshackle element to it. But it gives it a bit more character. The lighting is incorrect on the tavern specifically. I need a little bit more like luminous green up on the surface and stuff. A little bit up in the rafters as well, just across the board. I haven't really rendered the tiles on the roof yet either. I'm still not happy with this rock over here on the right. It's a little bit too globby in the same way that the tree was a little bit too clumped together. I need to break up the silhouette a little bit more. I'm unsure. I think I just need a little bit more contrast on this rock over here on the left, because it's currently a little bit too monolithic itself. I need to render these posts a little bit more so that they're darker. The ceiling isn't quite right. It still looks like clouds, which I don't love. I need it to look like rock instead of clouds. The mushrooms haven't been rendered yet. It's just across the board so much. So much. Don't like this rock. Wait, because it's slighted me personally. So basically what I'm saying is I can see where it can be improved, and that's exciting for me because there are two stages that you go through for every bit of development in art. Stage one is seeing what you need to do to improve, and then stage two is applying changes to bring it up to a certain level. Once you've done those two stages, you hit another plateau where you can't see what's wrong with the image anymore, which is an awful feeling. It's an awful feeling because there's something off and you're like, I just can't see why, and it gets under your skin. I'm at a stage where I can see the issues, so I'm trying to like push into the like applying the changes bit. It's very artificial. It's me trying to like push beyond my current stage. I'm happy to do it with this particular piece because this particular piece is special. Last 10% make the biggest difference. Yeah. Yep. Looks at massive piece and points at rock. Don't like this one. It's true though. Stage 1, we're so back. Let's freaking go. Stage 2, chat, I'm cooked. Yeah, correct. Yep. It's the it's so effing over. We're so effing back cycle, over and over and over again. It's essentially that. Yeah. Just put it on the side and come back to it later. I can't because so much. I can. Sorry, you are correct. I can. But every time that I've done that with a piece lately, it's been essentially committed to cobwebs, and I can't really do that with this piece because there's a lot riding on it. I'm wanting to animate this one, so I need to finish the base illustration before I can start on animation, before I can start integrate. Okay, I need to slow down. My intention for this illustration is to use it as an opening to the tavern, so that every time stream starts, a little animatic plays where it does like a little intro, like the lights turn on, welcome in, door opens, come on in type of energy to it. And in order to do that, I need to get this initial base illustration done. Gonna be the new starting stream screen? Yeah. Imagine an animated crab army coming from the water. Okay, maybe not animated like that. It'll be soft animation, so like the candle bugs bobbing up and down a little bit, maybe the water rippling a little bit, the waterfalls moving, and then like the lights turning on, that kind of animation, not full blown. Thought I was cooking, but I'm the one being cooked. Yeah, exactly. See the piece on another screen helps you see. Well, that's why I've got my OBS preview on my other screen that I keep looking over to, because it does give me a secondary point of reference. Chat, am I chopped? Why did I have such trouble with that? Chat, am I chopped? Yeah, exactly. Constant second guessing. Mind reader moi, 100%. Effing nerd, yes, correct. So basically, I'm used to OBS. Well, that's no, I do occasionally like export the image, and like I've exported it and sent it to Noctua and Digi and gotten their opinions, and then it's different seeing it in the Discord preview and stuff as well. No, I do that as well. You're good. Brain is used to original piece and OBS preview. I've changed it up a little bit. I promise. All of the difficulty is coming from the fact that I'm essentially attempting to skip steps. Organically, I would be going through like a period of learning before I push through to finish this, but I'm being particularly stubborn with this. I recognize it, but I'm okay with being stubborn with this particular one. Chat, am I? Yes, clearly. Yeah, correct. Yeah. Chopped. Don't tease me for my stutter. I'm usually okay. I don't stutter as much as I used to. The tease, stop. There are two rats within you. One is cooked, one is cooking. I miss classic Pixar. Classic Pixar wasn't even that long ago. It feels as though... I say that though, their new movie looks kind of interesting. How many layers am I working on? A few. I want to say like 20 to 30 at the moment. You started using like 3 only now? Yeah. No, I get that. This painting from a while ago. This was done on 3 layers. So no, I get it. Like it's the traditional brain. Traditional brain gets you to work on like 2 layers. 20 to 30, what in the goddamn? Well, the problem is that because there's a lot of second guessing going on at the moment as I'm trying to like push through this learning process. I'm wanting to split things up into a bunch of things. I say 20 to 30, but have a look at this. If I go to the fog layer, I'll go to the water. What layer is the water? I've started like merging them together just out of habit because it's how I function. Like all of that is on one layer, for example. Not organized enough to have that many layers. Neither am I. It's a want to be organized, but so it's two things. One, I drop the ball a little bit, but two, I start wanting to blend things into each other a little bit more. Because fundamentally, I'm a traditional artist, at least in terms of intuition. So it keeps happening. It feels so good to just merge it all together. It really, really, really does. It really, really, really does. It's incredibly addictive. Half of your work is you looking at which layer is what. Oh, at least in the program that I've got, I don't actually look at what layers is what. I just select the section and it jumps to the layer. Like I'm working in Clip Studio Paint and I hold Control and Shift. And then I tap on a particular element and it just jumps immediately to the layer that I'm working on. Thanks, Suma. Name your layers. Yeah. Clip Studio has this. It does. It does. It does. I don't blame you for not knowing because it's so heckin' obscure. The only reason why I know is because there was something similar in Photoshop. And when I transferred over, I went looking for that specific feature. Like 50 hours of searching. It's tough. It's tough. Before I forget, it's been a little while since I've mentioned it, so I'll mention it again. Two things. One, the monthly art fair is about halfway through at this point, so if you want to get your entry in for March Magic, I would start looking to work on it. If you want the details as to what the prompt is and what goes into it and what we do with the art at the end and stuff like that, all of that is in the monthly art fair channel at the bottom of the Discord. Second thing is, we have a Hearthside this weekend. Hooray! We have a Hearthside. Basically, it's just, this isn't on stream. It's just in the Discord. We jump into the voice chat for a couple of hours and we do art stuff and we have a good time. It's essentially just like group study where we all work on our own individual projects, but we're all in the voice chat together, having a good time. If that sounds appealing, all the details for that are in the announcement section up at the top of the Discord. But yes, I need to get into the habit of mentioning it more often because otherwise I forget and then I just kind of shotgun it all at the end of the stream and then run into the night, and it's not a good habit. Speaking of working on individual projects, well, one, I should take a break soon, but two, is anything being worked on at the moment? Do you wish to commune directly with the deity Me Mop a Wallidol? Come to the hearth side, yeah. Absolutely not. Deity figure will not be present. Streamer Mahali will be. Pix shall be home soon, so you shall be off. Thanks for hanging out, Bottle. Good luck. Good luck. Hope Pixie's doing well as well. Have a good night. About to work on comic page. Being a little slow after finishing breakfast. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. If anyone can empathize with being slow in the morning, it's me. Thanks for the nice background where you did some slight productivity things. Yeah, of course. Lovely to hear from you, dude. Good lord, stuttering. Night chat? Yeah, good night. Sleep well, bud. You're trying to get the cult of personality going. No, did you stop? Did you stop? You guess you only just 5 to 10 minutes ago finished breakfast. Maybe that's fair, actually. See? I reckon it's perfectly fair. Hi, Ali B. How you doing? Wait, sorry. You asked first. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. A little bit sleepy today. Yeah, a bit of a full-on day, but otherwise doing well. Can't complain. How about you? Good morning. Morning, Mal. How you doing? Hi, buddy. Oh, he's snoozing. Look at him. I wasn't the only one with a busy day. Apparently, Quill has spent all night sorting out all of the Memopawaladol fan fiction that. Oh, hello. Hi, Galactica. How you doing? Welcome in. Welcome. Streaming art, hell yeah. Thank you for the follow. Freakmeister, Galactica, Jasmine, welcome in. Natchromancy, how you doing? Welcome. Thank you for the follows. Here, sorry. Proper behavior. Welcome in. How was stream? How'd you go? What were you working on? Generally speaking, unless you're a true menace, which I don't believe you are, I request a bit of an art tax after a raid if you've got any on you. So if you've got any work in progresses, something that you're currently working on, something that you've finished previously that you'd love to show off, I would love to see. Galactimum, welcome in. Hi, how you doing? Pretty good? Just about to start your uni work stuff? Yeah, okay. How far through the semester are you at this point? Hi Fairy, how you doing? Welcome in. Pretty lovely. You have a sore back, so you've been doing shorter streams. You grab a whip? Yeah, yes please. On that note though, if you are sore and you need a break, you gotta go, please. By no means feel as though you're a prisoner here. If you gotta sleep, eat, hydrate, whatever you gotta do, recommend that you do it. Love the Thwomp pillow. Thank you. It was a gift from my sister a few years ago. It's been a permanent staple ever since. Show my art pieces. Of course, yeah. Hi everybody. If you haven't met me before, I'm Bahali. I'm a fantasy artist, illustrator specifically. I do landscapes, portraits, character stuff, creature design stuff. I get flooded. If you like fantasy stuff, you might like it here. So unbelievably rude. Welcome in. Welcome in, Bellatrix. How you doing? Welcome. These are awesome. Thank you. I've lost the touch, I feel, though. I haven't lost the touch, but I'm stuck. I'm stuck on this particular piece. I've been stuck on it for a month. Over a month. I've been stuck on it for freaking ages, but we'll get it in order. We'll get it in order. You have an obnoxious Discord link for me? Oh, yeah, please. Yeah, fire away. Thank you, Bellatrix. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. Hope you enjoy your stay. Let's have a look. Ba-ba-da-bum. Oh my god. What? Why? It pisses me off. It pisses me off because everybody's good at traditional watercolors and inks and fine liners, and it annoys me because I can't do it. It's so good. Monet? I love the little I've forgotten the term. The thing in Egyptian iconography. Amulet? Ah, of course. I was thinking weird French pronunciation. That makes complete sense. Oh, I love how wispy the mummy bandages are. So good. It gives this feeling of like ethereal floatiness. Especially with the tilt of the head. It almost looks like it's moved its head and the bandages have kind of like fluttered upwards with the movement. So good. So good. Candlelight, perfect choice. Beautiful. Might I even say tasty? Delicious, crunchy. Thank you. That's satisfying. That's satisfying to the palate. If you find this satisfying to the palate, which I mean, obviously you do, please. You know what? I'll drop another shout out link just because it's all the way up in the rafters. We can do better than that. There you go. Shout out link for Galactica. Please give them a follow. Check out their stuff. Thank you for sharing. Just a heads up, I do need to take a break soon. I've been procrastinating a little bit, but it's been an hour, so I need to take my break soon. Not right now, but just soon. Take breaks? Yeah. I've been better with it. Galactic shares art. It pisses me off. Yeah, Jasmine, specifically because I'm jealous, okay? Is that so wrong? But yeah, in particular today, we're working on the Tavern piece that we've been stuck on for heck and yonks. I just went through it before, but just for context, I've got another Tavern illustration that I use as my starting soon screen, but I did that like 3 years ago at this point, so I want to update it with both what I'm capable of at the moment as well as updated visuals, what the Tavern looks like. And it's speaking of things that are pissing me off, it's pissing me off because it's difficult. It's really difficult. I'm trying to push through. Hello, Climber Rocks. Hello, Cowardly Brave. How you doing? Welcome. Don't let Jasmine show hers then. It's insane traditional art. Is this true? Is this true? Are you harboring art from me? If you do have art that you'd like to share, in the Discord we do have a share your art section that I absolutely live in 24 hours a day. So yeah, please do. Please show me. I'm hungry. Even though I said that the previous piece was satisfying, it was. Don't get me wrong. I'm a beast that ever hungers. Love the atmosphere of this piece. Blue, yellow, some of your favorite. Yeah, I'm happy with the atmosphere. It's just it's the last little minutia that's taken me so long. You're gonna drink pizza? Pray tell, Cowardly Brave, how it blender? Is that the method? Gonna do a lurk so you can lay down. My stream is amazing. Love the vibes. Thank you. Speaking up before I forget, my God, I'm terrible with this. Let me quickly provide you with a follow back so I can come stomp around in your neck of the woods sometime. With a straw. I have more questions. Is this... is it like a smoothie consistency? Sorry, apologies if this is making people uncomfortable, but I need to know the particulars of this because I'm confused. You're awful at remembering to follow. Yeah, it's the worst. You'll look at a person and be like, I follow you, right? And then you check, and then there's a moment of embarrassment. So I'm glad that I remembered. I'm glad that I remembered. But yes, I should take my break. I'm going to take a 2 to 3 minute break now. I'm going to get up. I'm going to move around a little bit, stretch, get that circulation going. I recommend that if you've been sat or laid down for the past hour, I recommend that you do the same. You'll feel better for it. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads in the meantime, so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the next hour. See you soon. Yabby. Back a little bit early. Anybody made it out the other side of ads? Hello? 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 Is there anyone there? 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 Also has a game stream on Saturdays. Currently follow him as he flounders in the ocean and the subnautica and screams at every fish. Not every fish. If anything, I apologize to most of the fish that I hit with my little submarine. Welcome back. Hi FPV, how you doing? Welcome in. Pardon me. I've said it time and time again, but I must comment again. It's the one downside about taking regular breaks is that my body keeps my body works. How to explain? Back when I used to just stream my 2-hour stint and never take a break, I wouldn't need hydration, I wouldn't need like bio breaks, I wouldn't burp or anything, nothing, because my body was just like in stasis. Terrible, by the way, you shouldn't do it. But now that I actually get up and move around a little bit, it means that my digestive tract and stuff are all like doing their thing, and like burpees happen and stuff. The worst thing ever. Hi Hannah, how you doing? Welcome. Of course I welcome you into the tavern as I'm talking about my burps, but still. I hope you're doing all right. How'd you sleep? Doing pretty okay? Just woke up after some weird dreams, but they're just brainstorming, right? Yeah, exactly. Some of my greatest inspirations have come from either directly dream concepts or like thoughts going into sleep. Good. How about me? Yeah, I'm doing okay. It was a full-on day today, so I'm a bit sleepy, but otherwise, can't complain. What beautiful art am I working on today? I've been stuck on this one, Hannah, for like a month and a half. I keep trying to lie and say only a month. It's not true. But I got to, because I got to push through and improve at some point. So overall, I'm pretty happy with how it's going, but I'm also agitated at the fact that it's taking me so long. Hi, Kals. How you doing? Welcome. How was your day? One of them was helping Rosie O'Donnell sell a bogus health product in your cottage town's grocer that she got wrangled into. And you're telling me this is fictitious? No, I don't believe it. This is magical. It can be a month. We won't tell. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. It's just a secret between. Just between us, guys. It's only. It's taken about a month and a half, maybe a little bit longer. But if we all just kind of pretend, we'll say that this was done in like a week. I coughed, I sneezed, and then this just kind of happened. Okay. Because if we lie, good things happen. That's what I've learned in my 30 years of life, that lying is good. No, absolutely not. By the time that I've finished with it, I'll come to terms with how long it's taken. After watching Harriet's the Spy, or wanted Rosie as an auntie. It was done a week. Count the hours collectively as one block. Yeah, exactly. One continuous week of hours logged, yeah. Sometimes it'd be like that. Think you've had a piece in the easel 3 years. That's the thing, is I'd usually take this as a sign, like I'm trying to push beyond my current capabilities and I should take it a little bit more slowly and build up to where I'm wanting to be. But I'm attached to this image. And above and beyond my rational side, I fundamentally believe that art is a way of expressing like your soul shape, not to get mushy, but like it's a way of like expressing what you feel like on the inside type deal. So when I find a piece like this that's like, Papa, Papa, my little baby, little Mahali. At that point in time, I like all I can respond to that is, oh, it's just a little baby. Like, oh, let me go run over and grab some food for you. Like, oh, do you need a drink? Like, I need to nurture it at that point, because what kind of art parent would I be if I didn't, you know? When your stylus is on the tablet, virtually attached to the image. Yeah, exactly. It's the scene from is it Free Willy, where he like touches the glass and the killer whale like bumps the glass with his little schnoz? Same thing. I feel attached. Slow response. Day's been no, you're fine, you're fine. Day's been too big. Finally sitting after 7 a.m. Yeah, no, fair. Please, by all means. If you've just got a veg, Cal's absolutely no judgment. You're completely fine. All artworks are special, especially in this day and age. 100%. 100%. I need to remember that sometimes, because it can be so tempting to try and approach every project with like a rational, like, it would be more efficient if I did this, or it would be more logical if I approached it this way, blah, blah, blah. And that helps. It does. It very much so does. But sometimes I need to bench it and be like, no, this is a little journey that I need to undertake. And it's going to take as long as it does. Macaulay Culkin in the Page Master. Exactly. Making a moment of contact. You know? I'm Aragon from the book Aragon, not the movie Aragon, where he's touching the egg that has Saphira in it, and he's like, oh, I could hear your voice from inside the egg, or whatever. Like, oh, I've developed a little soul mark on the back. Nobody's read Aragon. It's fine. It's a good book. Okay, I just. It's fine. You're here for the journey. Thank you. Well, buckle up. Everybody wearing their seatbelts? In for a bumpy ride. Aragon is a giant book. Aragon is a big book. It is. I think it's like 900 pages or whatever. But don't worry, it gets easier from there, because I think the second one is like 1,000 pages. Then the third one is similarly sized, and then the fourth one is monumental. No, I think it was Brissinger that was disgustingly long. I think Brissinger was like 1,300 pages or something. Awful. My little fledgling, like novel readings as a wee lamb, wee child. The author of Inkheart in the book Inkheart. I do like the idea of spending the rest of the stream coming up with little like narrative metaphors. I'm Hiccup from How to Train Your Dragon, but like the good one. Have heard Pagemaster mentioned. Now twice in the last couple of months, which is insane for a movie that you haven't seen, heard people talk about since you were a kid. Here I am pissed though, because I hear nobody talking about Quest for Camelot. Can we not all get around it, please? Okay, so I won't lie and say that it was a good movie. But it was a movie that existed. I swear. Oh, look at it. Oh, it's beautiful. Let's bring up the reference page. Ready? Boom. Glorious. These characters in the background, the connected dragons, were so awful. I don't care. It's in my brain. It's nostalgic. Regardless of how awful the movie is. there was a time in animated movies where, like, we'll call it BRW and then AG as the two ages. The first is before Robin Williams, and the one is after the genie. Where every animated movie, by it doesn't matter which studio it is, they try to inject a comic relief, like fourth wall breaky, hee ha ha, nudge in the ribs character. You had that with Eddie Murphy in Mulan with Mushu, and in Quest for Camelot, you had the stupid twin dragons or whatever. I love it still. I love it despite its flaws. Me and my obscure, totally real media. It's true. It's real. The One Piece is real. Meant couple of weeks. Loved Quest for Camelot when you were little. There we go. See? Noctua, proof. One other person has encouraged my behavior. Therefore, I learned nothing and I double down. Usually don't like those types of characters. They're not good. They're awful. But here's the thing. I'd probably watch it these days and cringe throughout the entire movie. I think I would legitimately. That's something that I should do at one point. Actually, is sit down and watch Quest for Camelot again and revel in just how different my taste is nowadays. I don't know. It's like anything. I'm trying to justify my my taste preemptively. Started rereading Lord of the Rings, first time since you were a teen. Tolkien's ability to world build is just bonkers. While I don't disagree, his world building is insane. I feel like he goes a little bit overboard. Perhaps this is an unpopular opinion. I keep having to say that, but it's true. Perhaps it's an unpopular opinion of mine, one of many. But I tend to find that he goes a little bit too deep into articulating exactly what the scene looks like, regardless of how much time is being spent in the scene. That's the thing that I sort of struggle with a little bit with Tolkien, is he'll describe the setup for a scene that's going to last relatively 5 minutes. He'll sit there building. Scene happens, and then that location is never seen or heard from ever again. And I've spent hours and hours and hours of my life reading about how crispy the bread is, how succulent the sausage is, how like sharp the cheese is. And then by the time that we get to the end of it, I'm just hungry and confused. I have to play into my delusions. They're not delusions. Not nearly as awful as an offender of that as Bret Easton Ellis is. Only 32 pages of garb about business cards, and the American's like, yeah, but I kind of get it though, because that I understand why he did it, because it's to illustrate the point of how obsessive the character is. But I do agree that there gets to a point where you've made the point, you've made me uncomfortable, then you've pushed even further beyond. Like you've already gotten the effect that you're looking for. Why are we going another 12 pages? Yeah. Why do fantasy books have to make you so hungry all the time? Never wanted crusty bread, cheese, and stew so much. Every time, right? Every time. You think to yourself like, I would kill for like bread right now. You could totally just go down to like the corner store or like the deli or the grocery store, whatever, and go and get bread. But it's just not the same, you know? It's just not the same. Fantasy authors love describing artisanal, perfectly baked, like round, immaculate, like just the greatest bread that's ever existed on the face of the earth. And it, yeah, no, I don't disagree. It kind of pisses me off. In that argument structure, I think the same logic and reasoning can be applied to Lord of the Rings. Bilbo is an unreasonably and mad narrator. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Perhaps I dislike Bilbo as a character then. Hungry and confused sounds like a me problem. Don't get me wrong, it is. It is a me problem. Like, I could be satiated and confused. Tazzy, hi. Tazzy raid incoming. Welcome in. How you doing? Hey all. How you doing? How was stream? Streaming art? Nice. 1, how'd it go? And 2, what were you working on? We do a little thing around here where we receive art tax. You raid into the tavern, you throw chairs, you knock over tankards, you know, all of the revelry, that's fine. But you have to compensate with a bit of art tax. If you've got any art that you'd like to share, I would love to see. But yeah, welcome. I'm a Harley, by the way. I keep forgetting. I'm a Harley. I'm a fantasy illustrator. I do landscapes and portraits, creature design, scenes, the whole lot. If you like fantasy stuff, you might like it here. Hello, Fields. Goodbye, Fields. AFK for a bit. Streaming such nice vibes. Hope to catch more. Yeah, of course. I look forward to chatting with you more. Enjoy your luck. Doing a redraw from 2023. But you can post a finished piece. Yeah, you absolutely can. It doesn't necessarily need to be what you're working on today if you want to share something else. Instagram links are fine as well if you want to do that. Yeah, either directly in the chat or the Discord, or both, whatever works. About 1 per month. No, don't. Do not crucify me like that. I can't take it. Was a link okay? Yeah, yep. Feel free to link. A follower's VTuber in your style. Ooh, okay. Hell yeah. Cute. Very cute. Very cute. I like the lighting. That's so well done. You've chosen your directional lighting. You've done a wonderful job of applying it in the background. It applies to the stool. It applies to the character. Glorious. Really good job. Very cute, right? Thank you for sharing. How the soft texturing as well. Hair is the bane of my existence, so I'm forever jealous of that. I can't do textile, like fabric anything. Well done. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. Guys, if you enjoy that style, I mean, of course you do. Please, I recommend that you give Tazzy a follow. Your first time doing this lighting direction, so thank you. You hate hair. Hair is the worst. It's not that I find it confusing per se. It's just, where do I start, you know? Mig back. Incredible username. How you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. Having a hell of a time. Sure, I can relate. have a picture in your brain of what you want the background of a piece to look like. The complexity of certain elements need a reference image to help your brain wrap around what goes where, but you can't find the right jumble of... Yes, that's currently what I'm struggling with at the moment for the background for this one. I can find streaky light through cave ceiling kind of vibe, but nothing of this kind of magnitude, nothing with like these kind of reflections and this kind of vibe, I guess. So it's a little bit frustrating, but I'm doing what I can. The shadows and lighting are on point. Right? Right? Really like the style. The hair is so clean, ain't it just? Loving my style. Love the atmosphere of my pieces. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, this is just a secret between us, okay? Don't tell anybody else. But I was actually inspired by D&D. A lot of D&D art is kind of my bread and butter. So I'm absolutely inspired. Every time I look at like source book covers and stuff like that, I do my best to try and emulate. Loving the vibes of this. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's been a... No, don't. Now you work on comic page? Yeah, good. So fresh and clean. Huge secret, gals. Huge secret. Being an illustrator who does a slew of figure studies makes you sad you can't really share them anywhere. Save your own password-protected portfolio section in NSFW channels and random discords. We also do have an NSFW channel if you do want to share them. But it speaks to the problem, right? It's just another channel that you're kind of squirreling them away to. Yeah. It's one of those things where I can understand why... Did your Discord link me? But it's one of those things where I can understand why it's regulated. You have no idea who's speaking? It's FPV, Billy. He's responding to... He's doing the link based off of what I'm saying, not based on what's being said in chat. I can understand. It's Billy reaction. No, you're good, you're good. I couldn't help it. My body was moving before I could even think. Also, as a quick one, would you like to see the whip of your redraw? Yeah, yes, please. I should also mention, by the way, before I forget, anybody that's just come in, if you've got to look after yourselves, like if you've been going for a while and you should eat, hydrate, sleep, decompress, whatever you got to do, please prioritize looking after yourself first and foremost. I'll be here. I'll be hanging around. I stream a lot, so like if we have to part ways now, it'll never be farewell. Oh, let's have a look. Hey, the whip again, cute, very very cute. I like a lot. For somebody who whinges about hair. I say whinge. For somebody who also says that they dislike doing hair, you're very consistent with it. I do like a lot. Super clean. Super clean. Super concise. Well done. Really, really, really well done. Procreate? Oh, yeah, okay. Lunch break starts now, so you're back. Welcome back. Weeping Willow, how dare you confuzzle me? Saw this meme last night, immediately wanted to chuckle with me. Shoot it through to me in the sorry, I need to be consistent. I need to be consistent. Chuck it through in the memes channel on the Discord. I'll give it a look. I'll give it a look. I'm sorry. I promised everyone in the tavern that I would spend less time checking Discord. Because I was spending like half of stream browsing, and it's not good. It's not good. It's safe and very on brand. Oh no! It's never a fear of like I trust you guys. Like it's never a fear of like, well, what if it's inappropriate? It's never that. It's just it's literally I would spend like a total of like 25-30 minutes of stream just poking around on Discord for a bit. Post it. Thank you. I'm sorry. I trust you. Of course I do. Within reason, right? Like, obviously trust is going to fluctuate from person to person, like how long I've known you, how well I know you, that kind of thing. I'm not completely naive. But yeah, like rule of thumb, I trust the tavern goers. Nvidia improving game quality with AI. Yeah, it's no comment. No comment. It's cringe. Yeah, yeah. Want to deny myself a belly laugh mid-stream. That's my choice. As soon as I take my next break, I'll have a look. I promise. We're soon. I don't know how far away we are from the next break because I delayed the last one quite considerably. But usually I'd only be about 10 minutes away, so I'm thinking like 20 minutes away from the next break. I'll give it a look. You're tired, boss? Yeah. No, that's kind of how I feel about it. Yeah. Let's sigh. It's a clown world? Yeah. I try to focus on what I can make change to. As much as I can. Small victory in the war of reading the internet of AI. Pixabay just add an authentic only filter to the search window. Ooh. Okay. Yes, please. This is glorious news for one searching for references such as I. The Supreme Court ruling that AI works cannot be copywritten is a huge win recently as well. Yes, agreed, because it decentivizes like game assets and characters and stuff being done in full AI. Not that that's like not that that fills me with joy that had to be called into question, but it means that big companies still have an incentive to hire human workers somewhat. Can I jump in for a few rounds? Yeah, good luck. Have fun. Trying to find references and just getting bombarded with AI stock images. Yeah. Yep. It's heckin' frustrating. It's a problem that we basically never had previously. It's like, I would like something real, please. I mean, it might be edited, but at least it is of something that exists, at least at the, you know, at the fundamental level. Firefox added an AI removal sort of ad blocker feature to their browser in the latest update. It's something that's not enough for you to want to use that browser. Yeah. It's a little bit hypocritical to have them have that filter available, but also have an AI generator of their own. I don't know. This choice of the AI image is a small petty victory. Use Edge of all browsers. Microsoft finally won you over. I use Vivaldi. The fact that it's taken a hard, like, never going to use AI tools stance has made it appealing. Yeah. I don't want to have to second guess everything, you know? Chrome on your PC for the site testing? Yeah, fair. Something being taken up by the Supreme Court isn't necessarily it being called into question. Sometimes you can get a ruling on something just to affirm something officially. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I like that it sets the precedent, but I dislike that humans needed to be told it, you know? I don't know. I know you're saying that it's not necessarily a case of them needing to be told it, but I know that some people do need to be told that the AI can't be copywritten. It's just sad. How many layers do I have? Functionally, I have like between 20 and 30 layers at the moment. Sorry. Technically, I have between 20 and 30 layers at the moment. Functionally, I'm working on, I want to say 5. I've got one for the background, one for the middle ground, a second for the middle ground, one for the beachfront, and then one for the foreground. But I've split them up a little bit just in case I need to get into the minutiae. But they're starting to blend together as I start developing it further. More than one, less than 100. Lots of things to be sad about. That's why we go to the tavern and hang out with friends. Yeah, of course, of course, of course. I grumble a little bit, but it's not something that really sits in my brain. Do I draw on a pen or a screen tablet? Screen tablet. It was honestly just because I wanted to. I found one that was cheap enough, like on special, and I've never drawn on screen tablet before. Do I need screen tablet? No, not particularly. I could probably go back to just like a like the acrylic surface I say that the feeling of working on the glass is actually quite satisfying. I could happily keep working on this surface. Not bad. I started working on as few layers as possible, Kals. And it has its benefits. Like, it intuitively makes more sense to me to work on like only a couple of layers. But I found that if I wanted to make changes after the fact, I'd have to do basically complete reworks. I wouldn't be able to go through and like pull out elements to alter them. So it made my job a lot harder afterwards if I wanted to make adjustments. So kicking and screaming, I've been teaching myself to use more layers. You either seem to have people who have like 100 layers or those who work on a handful. I think it's the people who work on 100 layers are more likely to be people who grew up on digital painting. Because there's this feeling of like it doesn't mean anything. I can just keep making more. As opposed to people who started on traditional and then moved over to digital. Who aren't familiar. I mean, they're familiar with layers in the sense of like paint layer application. But that doesn't mean much in the digital sense, because in traditional, you can't go back and work on your first layer, you know? So at least I tended to find going from traditional that intuition is built in, that I work on everything. Like if I see something on another side of the canvas that I want to alter, I just go over to it and alter it on the same layer. I don't think about it much beyond that. Just had the most horrendous game of League ever. Oh no. Deary dear. Are you taking a bit of time to chill now then? Added a few figure studies to the mature arts share too. Nice. Took you a while to work out why you'd ever have the layers. Yeah, exactly. It just slows you down. It doesn't. It kind of future-proofs you a little bit. Pun unintended. Apologies, FPV. As much as you sometimes wish that you had layers and zoom in and such things, drawing on paper is something you enjoy as a less thinky way. More mindless, just draw way. Yeah. Sorry, bud. It was a slip of the tongue. Just got off for the night. Just chilling and probably going to do some drawing. Nice. We're all mortal here, FPV. We make mistakes. Bet it was a slip of the tongue. Don't look at me like that. Why are they all little cutout windows? That's so good. All your movements are circle. That's so good. That's so good. How very clever of you to have them all be like visually consistent. Trying to pick out your 3 Guilty Gear mains. Which one's your art piece from? Ooh. Well, whilst thinking of the 3, which one do you get like a distinct image from? Like, oh, I would love to do this character doing this, like this kind of pose, or blah 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 blah. Probably Sin. His poses can get interesting since his main weapon is a flag. Oh, there you go. Boom. That would be my recommendation then. Don't mind me humming. Sorry, I use it to think. I use it to think. It keeps me centered on a thought. Because if I just sit, my thoughts tend to wander. Whereas if I'm humming, it kind of keeps me on track. whole art section, only one person do Matt? What do you mean? How you doing, by the way, Jack? Hi, Pappy. How you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Matte art, kind of like scenery. Oh, as in like matte paintings. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I do tend to find that we're a little bit of a rare breed. It's quite popular to do character art. Which feeds the hipster side of my brain. Because it means that I'm super cool. It means that I'm super cool doing my own thing, you know? But since you've brought it up, don't mind if I ask that do you work in environment art as well? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Tavern. Can't believe you haven't done an art quest since the middle of January. This is fishing a little bit, and apologies for doing it. But would you like another? Ghost Tree was your last one. Yeah, it must have been. The little bonsai? Yeah. Bonsai! Wonderful word. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. Came from airbrush, mini painting background, trying to follow a few matte artists to venture into card painting for a local store. Ah, cool. Well, if you have any questions, I'm all ears. I ain't doing much. You have me for the next hour, give or take. I say that. I do need to take my break soon. Having a dangerous sleepy urge? Ooh. If that is the case, I recommend getting up and moving around a little bit. Is it like, can you work in a different room or something? Maybe relocating will help? But yeah, going from mini painting to, ooh, that's cool. What kind of minis, if you don't mind me asking? Like 40k, that kind of thing? I follow quite a few like 40k mini artists. They're so good. They're so good. The amount of skill involved in trying to make a 3D thing look like it's receiving lighting from a certain direction. Ooh, chef's kiss. It's beautiful every time. Especially when it's like localized lighting, like a little fire next to like a foot or something. Oh, it's impressive. Board game in 40k. Nice. Cool. We do have a... You don't have to. Don't mind me, I'm just talking. But we do have like a share your art section on the Discord if you want to share any of your work. I would love to see. I don't think we've had any mini painters in the Discord. I don't believe so, not off the top of my head. Have to? Art tax or death? Wait, I don't make the rules. Yeah, no, I suppose. But what if? No, Noxra, don't. No. You'll regret it. You know, I know you'll regret it in like an hour. You'll have fallen asleep and you'll be like, frick! And do it. You like board game minis a bit? A bit more, because you can paint a lot of new things. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Whereas 40k, it's kind of stuck in its, well, not stuck per se, but it's very much so set to its own genre. So you're working within the scope of what 40k has. Thank the hells. Bold of me to assume you'd be awake after it. You know what I mean. You'll wake up and be regretful, and I don't want to see that happen. k is very much mastering iron. Yeah. Yeah, because like even the less like heavy metal classes have their elements of it. Like even if you pick Eldar, for example, you still need to learn how to apply like a metal finish to something. On the topic of art share, don't have to, you're just talking, but if you don't absolutely regret and have to. I just don't want people to feel like I'm pressuring them to do stuff. It's an if you're comfortable thing, you know. I do tease me. I won't stand for this. Ooh, first check it. Congratulations, Cass. Your cousin's so good at painting metal on minis because he's been doing 40k for years. Yep. Like, I can't really think of like the least metal. Pays better, but not as rewarding as random board game minis. We have a given problem to solve every box. Yeah. That's always the case though, right? That's always the case. Like D&D portraits are always more popular than scenes. But I find scenes to be, not that I have an issue with doing D&D portraits, I will clarify, but scenes I feel like push me a little bit further. Ooh, maybe this is the... Here's the thing. My brain goes, the lighting wouldn't work like that, but I might need to do this in order to get it to pop. Hi, AJ. Hey, Dawn. Welcome in. Hi. How'd you go? Like the mood of this piece very much. Thank you. It's I'll show you the before and after. It's come a ways. It's come a ways. How'd you go, AJ? How was stream? What were you working on? I say a little bit tongue in cheek because I was able to have a little bit of a sneak peek before on what new stained glass project that you're working on. But for everybody at the back of the room, what were you working on? We have a thing here, AJ, where if you raid in, if you run into the tavern, if you start throwing chairs around, start breaking things in your big raid, that's fine. But you have to pay me back with art tax. So if you've got anything that you'd like to share, I would love to see any previous work, any whips, anything like that. Would love to see. Welcome in, everyone. Hope you're doing well. I'm Mahali. I'm a fantasy illustrator. I work on landscapes, portraits, creature design, scenes, the whole 9 yards. If you like fantasy stuff, you might like it here. Hello, AJ, can you hear me? Oh, dearie dear. If you're exhausted, please look after yourself. Please don't feel obligated to stick around if you've got to go rest. Hi Andy, hi, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. Making stained glass, cut the glass for your crow tail feathers, and a one-shot piece from the r/stained glass March pattern challenge. Oh, I didn't see the challenge. What was the challenge? I did see you working on the crow piece before. For a bit of context as to what I'm working on at the moment, I've had this one in the works for a month and a half. We're getting there with it. It's slowly coming together. It was a little bit beyond the scope of my capabilities because I struggle with like really heavy perspective pieces like this. I've been pushing it. I know I should wait, develop my skill, and then push it, but I'm impatient. Tax is forthcoming. How am I doing? Yeah, I'm doing well. My sleep has been awful since December, basically since Christmas. And I've been working on it, and it's been paying off. So I've been consistently going to sleep at night and waking up in the morning, which is huge for somebody who usually struggles from a bit of insomnia. So regardless of anything that happens, I'm in a pretty good mood at the moment. You moved and now you're sleepier? Oh no. That's tough, my guy. I don't know what to say. My condolences. May you rest. No, I can't say rest in peace. No, because then you will sleep, and that is bad. Don't do that. Friendly reminder for Mahali to take a break. Yeah. I'll take a break in a little bit. I need to see Artax first. Hi, Bunny. How you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. Maybe you'll go buy a coffee. Not a bad call. If you're really struggling, coffee or tea is always a good option. Not allowed to sleep. It's not that Noctua is not allowed to sleep. It's just I know that they will be annoyed if they fall asleep after having woken up in the morning. So I'm trying to be the yeah. I'm trying to be the Jiminy Cricket character on their shoulder. No, Pinocchio, don't set fire to that orphanage. It's noon, so it's not like time for sleep. Yeah. Yep. How are we doing, by the way? People who are just in, hope you're doing well. Hope you've had a good week so far. Week's not over, halfway through. I've just picked up packing boxes today. Yeah, quickly, I'll show you. I've just picked up packing boxes, which I will need for my move. Which is it's kind of like the first step, which is exciting for me. Yeah. Hi. I've picked up packing boxes, which is exciting because it's like the first step in moving from one place to another, and it kind of feels a little bit more real now. But it also means that there's added pressure to actually start getting stuff done. So, frick. But I don't know. I'm excited. Means that I have to actually start organizing myself a little bit. You really should be sleeping soon. Yeah, please, by all means, Kels. If you need to head to bed, I recommend that you do so. I believe in looking after oneself ahead of it, ahead of having to, put up with me. Feeling sleepy at wrong time. Nap sounded convincing. Nap never works out. It never does. It never does. Hi, Grain. Hey. It's tough. It's tough. It's okay. We all fall down sometimes, Grain. Occasionally into the pit. How you doing, bud? Yeah, it's a roll bad sometimes. Yeah. This looks so good. Thank you. We're getting places with it. We're getting places with it. Happy in the pit? You're good? How about me? Yeah, I'm doing okay. It was a bit of a full-on day today, so tired, but otherwise can't complain. Speaking of tired, I will be mean and say that I do need to take my break, because I've procrastinated a little bit too long, I think. So I'll be away for a couple of minutes, but I'll be back soon. Okay? BRB. I recommend that if you've been sat for the past hour, I recommend getting up while I'm gone. Move around a little bit. You'll feel better for it. Promise. And I'm going to be running some ads in the meantime as well, just so that we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the rest of the stream. See you soon. BRB. right, let's see this meme. Let's see this meme, FPV. I think I've seen a... I don't think I've seen a visual for this meme, but I've seen... I think I've seen people like describe that. That's incredible. That's so good. Welcome back, everyone. Let's have a look. Crow Moon. It's so good. It's so good. Guys, if you're not familiar with AJ, his work is so good. It's so good. Highly, 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 highly recommend. Because, like, when do you come across stained glass artists? And, like, specifically, heckin' this. You kidding me? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I don't even know where to begin because, like, I don't have a vocabulary for describing glass. But the shape looks flawless. The colors the tones that you've chosen are perfect. I really like I really like the detail in the feathers. All I can really do is kind of sit back and go, whoa. But it doesn't sound as like, I can't gush about it if I just go, wow. You know, it's so good. Oh, the feathers are grain matched. Yeah, no, you can see that in the tail feathers. You can see it in the tail feathers. It's so good. So good. How long have you been working on it so far? I get an opportunity to ask you questions. Ha ha ha. But how long have you been working on it? And then this one's for the challenge. Nice. Very cool. Very, 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 very cool. Reminds me a lot of the some of the motifs in Kingdom Hearts. Please take that as a compliment. I intend it as such. I really, really, really like the shapes. No, that's awesome. Super clean. Piece has been almost a year. Yeah, you can see it's just an insane amount of work. Insane amount of work. So good. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I get so heckin' jealous when I see people working with such incredible mediums. I draw on the computer. That's what I'm comparing with. Can you drop the insert? Yeah, of course, of course, of course. This year, boom. Did I look at the things? I did. I was saying that I'm pretty sure I've recently seen that joke written out, but I don't think I've ever seen a visual for it, and it made me cackle. But yeah, guys, if you... Hello? Hi, Vid. How you doing? Sorry, 2 seconds. If you want to check out really, really, really cool glass work, like specifically stained glass like artworks, highly recommend AJ. Follow on both Twitch and Instagram, link is in the chat as well. Please head over there. Welcome in, Vid. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. How was stream? You know my usual questions. What were you working on? And can I see? Please. Stream was really fun. Glad to hear it. Did you finish the piece that you were working on the other day with where you'd taken the references for it? Because if you have that finished, I'd love to see that one. Did some hand practice, then started on a name sign for potential video pod with your RPG. Hey, cool. That's cool. Gotta show the names. Yeah, please, please, please. On the Discord now? Perfect. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Oh my god, it's perfect. That's so good. Apologies. Apparently in the web viewer, the transparent element is coming through as white. That's so good though. Reminds me of those like point and click adventure graphics where like little menu items and stuff where they'd have the plate with the wording in it with little symbology on it and stuff. So good. So good. I always love your rendering. Incredible. That's amazing. That's so good. What RPG, if you don't mind me asking? Playing Branchanolia instead of D&D, using the Burning Wheel rule set. Not your choice. Burning Wheel. Spaghetti fantasy setting is awesome. Ah, cool. Oh, if you've got to look after yourself post stream, please, I recommend that you do. But if you've got a little bit of energy, can you tell me about the system? Because I've never heard of Burning Wheel before. I feel like I've heard of quite a few different systems, but that one I'm not familiar with. Before I forget. Why was I not followed? There we go. Easy. Welcome back. How you doing? Fun first. Branchalonia, written by Italians, a world setting for D&D. Most corrupt, dirty, scoundrelous setting ever. You're playing a priest who kind of prioritizes himself in the name of God. That's fun. That's fun. Tempted by Lax into one more game. Was not a good idea. Lax convinced you. You convinced Theo. Not a good game. Deary dear. Oh, I mean, that's always the way. Did you at least win a couple of games for me? Then Burning Wheel has rules for everything. Unfortunately, breaking immersion for you. Yeah, that's fair. Sounds like a sounds like a more war game oriented like tabletop. Don't remember, to be honest. Oh no. You've now walked outside in the sun, come back with a coffee. So that better help. If that doesn't help, Noctua, I don't know what tools are left in the tool belt. I don't have a problem with staying awake. So I don't. Falling asleep is always the problem. 100% character driven. DM should almost not prepare anything and then let the players drive the actions from their characters. Oh, okay. So does the GM set up like the initial like world, or is it all just like player driven? Always feel so sleepy midday and then never at night when it counts. Yeah. Sounds fun, but unfortunately the rules are very intrusive and obstructive narrative role-playing. Yeah, no, that's fair, that's fair. That's kind of the conclusion that I tend to come to, is I try other systems. They're fun for what they are, but I think I'm too basic. I enjoy D&D too much. I like the fact that D&D has rules for most things, with a little asterisk of with a lot of big umbrellas. Like, you don't need a rule set for cooking. You could just be like, oh, that's like a sleight of hand check in order to, you know, flip a pancake or something. You don't need a specific rule for it, you know? The tree looks so much more natural now. Yeah, but I fear for its readability from a distance. Again. Because I always make it look pretty and then I zoom out and it looks like nothing. I feel like we're at least headed in the right direction with it. The bright section there is helping to break up the silhouette, which I'm appreciating. I think I need to darken up here a little bit, just so that there's more space. And then if anything, I feel like maybe another shape here could help finish it off. The final killing blow. Don't think I've seen the elf finished. Yeah. Yes, please. Yep. I would love to see. That's what I was saying before, is I don't think I've seen it since I was in stream before. So if it is finished, I'd love to see. Oh, so good. So good. I can. Oh my god, it's so much better than Instagram. I can actually zoom so I can see detail. How heckin' good is this? So good. The textures make me want to cry. They're so good. I like a lot. Beautiful. Beautiful. Awesome. How did you find the reference process? Did you find that it helped a lot? Posted reference on the Discord. Perfect. Did you find that working with the references helped? Because I remember for me personally, going from not using references to using them was a massive jump. A massive jump. So I could get more of an understanding of how the world looked, you know? Because I'd always try and do everything from my head, and I struggled. Get at him. Is this... Fred, are you telling me that this might be a... I'll never take another artist to task, because I understand. One, it's not my place, and two, we're all on our different journeys, right? We're all on our different journeys. Some people decide, you know what, references just aren't for me. Fair. Like, who am I to kind of stomp over to your neck of the woods and be like, excuse me, this is how you're supposed to do art? I can't do that. All I'll say, Vid, is that references help me a lot. It's not cheating, it is learning. You are informing yourself. They're called studies. You study based off of visuals. It's what you do. Wait, Vid, you literally use references for your studies. Think of it as using references for studies, but in real time for a piece. You're learning. You're obviously not doing it like one-to-one, but you're applying what you understand from the reference to the piece. To use a structured method of drawing for years. He's working on it. I've seen Vid picking up things like doing drafts, blocking, using reference material in this particular piece. That he literally, he's fine. He's fine. He's making big progress, because this all has taken place over the last, 2-3 months? Don't really push it per se. Do whatever works. No, you're fine. I know where the mindset comes from, because I was the exact same way. So I would be a hypocrite if I were to be like, Harumph, I can't believe you're doing this, that, and the other. This is what you did with the lizard on the community canvas. You traced the outline, I dropped the colors, but you got the practice, a way of mixing colors that made you feel really good and happy. Yeah. Not gonna stop telling people to get him about me. Never change, Noctua. Never change. I'd never ask that you... I would never ask that you change your method. You're a slow learner. You have still 7,000 hours to go. It's not a competition, Vid. We're all We're all looking for satisfaction through art in different ways. Compare yourself if you want to like learn from other people, but never compare yourself to put yourself down. It's never the way. Reference is a must for you. Same here, can't work with that one. It's gotten to the point now where I truly value the second opinion of a reference. So even if I work on something without reference, I'll still bring in references afterwards just to kind of check that I'm doing okay, you know? Welcome back, Squid. Compare yourself to past you to recognize your progress. Yes, exactly. Vid, that words of wisdom from Noctua right there. If you're going to compare yourself to anyone, compare yourself to your past self to see how much you've improved over X period of time. Anything beyond that, like me comparing myself to Leonardo da Vinci isn't going to get me anywhere other than like destroy my self-confidence, right? If I want to use him as an inspiration to like learn off of his work, that's different. But to compare is just destructive. Not that you necessarily said that you would. I'm sorry, I'm in a preachy mood at the moment, apparently. You do photorealism, so the reference is essential. Oh, yeah, no. There's no... The only way that you'd be able to do it without reference for photorealism is if you're basically doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again. Yeah. Plus, it's literally in the style, photorealism. It's reference off of... yeah. Reference off of a photo, literally. Where's the plotting scene? The plotting scene, I am plotting nothing. Except world domination. But I mean, apart from that. What did I do with Pinky? Well, Pinky's part of the plan. He's actually he's in that nook of my corner, the nook of my room at the moment, working on some of the blueprints. We'll be good to go in like 24 hours if we go with those blueprints. Real challenge when you consider you only use an airbrush. Ooh. What kind of scale are we talking? Are we talking like airbrush on like mural scale? Megamind once said, the sun is warming up. I hope not. I need tonight to be as cold as possible, please. Motorcycle gas tank scale. Ooh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, now I've got questions. What sort of imagery do you tend to use? And then I'm gonna be super greedy. Andy, I can't help it. I can't help it. I'm curious if you've got any pictures of your work that you're happy to share. I don't want to like arm wrestle you for like it. If you're not happy to share your work, please, by all means, that's fine. But if you do have any images that you'd like to share, could you post them in the Discord? I'd love to see. You really like fantasy kind of stuff? Hell yeah. Well, now I really want to see. Frick. Weather seems pretty cool for tonight. Should be safe. Okay. Fingers crossed. Was I ever in SEA? SEA? Group by Christopher Kant? No. Is this like an art study group or something? All of my formal art learning stuff has been high school. I took one art elective in university, but that was all animation. And then I took some what are they called? There was like an art institute third-party thing where you could go and like take classes to find out how to work with different materials and stuff. They taught you how to like print make and use charcoal and stuff. So I've done that, but otherwise I haven't really done extensive art learning. Think it dissolved. A bunch of great artists in there. No, I'm not familiar. If you've got any names that you'd recommend that I have a look at, I'm down. Give you a few seconds. Drop a couple of pics. Ah, yes, please. Not sure how many of them are still active. Some of them are still active on Twitch. Basically a bunch of self-employed artists or people serious about making a living off of it. Well, I'm in that camp. I've never heard of this particular group before. That's really cool. I might recognize a couple of names actually now that I think about it. It depends. Once I see names, I might recognize a couple. I'm familiar with a few people on Twitch. That's looking better. There's a bit too... This is going to sound counterintuitive. There's a little bit too much detail on the tree. So I'm going to try and simplify it a little bit. I'm liking its silhouette now because of the lighter bits at the front are punching through. I don't like that these are sitting at the same elevation as each other. So what I might do is bump this one up and to the right a little bit. Because if they're in alignment with each other, it looks a little bit too artificial, you know. Am I share your art? Thank you, perfect. I'll give it a look soon. I try not to spend too much time looking at my Discord. It's tough. People keep posting super cool things. Probably because Israeli don't want to burn on the cross on the internet. Great artist though. Amir one, I think it was called. Did a bunch of great work. Haven't really been active since the... Yeah, no, that's fair. Like the shape change? Yeah, it's coming along. Glad I tumbled it up. It was a bit too flat. Yep. Well, I hadn't really rendered the tree. I haven't like rendered the tree or the tavern yet. Because I spent all of this time focusing on heckin' rocks. Haven't seen Christopher Cant for the for perhaps a year or two. Did his own D&D chapter. Oh, okay. No, I'm not familiar with these. Not familiar with these guys. Don't think Lucius streams is very much busy in a Discord group. Yeah, okay. Few others don't remember their full usernames. Fair. DM something worked on their own world building too, including custom language. Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. An artist after my own heart. Can't stop me from world building. Very cool bunch of people. It sounds it. I'm just sad that I hadn't heard of them while they were active. Heading out now. Have a great rest of the stream, rest of the day. Thanks, bud. Thank you. Look after yourself. Have a wonderful day. I'm happier with the tree. I'm happier with the tree. Let's jump to the tavern for a little bit. And then we can wrap up stream, I think. We're at 4 hours. Okay. I should start wrapping up now then. First and foremost, before anything else, let's have a look at... Oh my god. What? Are you kidding me? That's so freaking cool. That's so cool. What? I love the illusion that you've done with the warped metal. The peeled back metal, the forced perspective on the hand, the slight blur to the hand so that your attention goes to the face. So good. The lighting from underneath, that way you can kind of separate, you can separate the arm from the rest, like it pops it forward. Ah, that's so good. That's so good. And then like the broken chains and stuff in the background, that's sick. Don't even... Oh. The hair is so good. Hella dope. That's so good. Thank you for sharing. I don't regret anything now. I am so glad that I asked. I'm so glad that I asked because I wouldn't have been able to see otherwise. Thank you. But yeah. It's all 100% airbrush, which is the insane bit. That was awesome. So good. But yeah, the most insane bit is, as you've said, it's all in airbrush. What? Are you kidding? the next little thing that I want to work on, which I'm tentatively working on now, but I shouldn't. I should leave it to next time. I want to add like a lighter pass on this part of the beach here to kind of bring it forward a little bit, because I feel like it's sitting too much in the shade. That bit being shaded is fine, but I feel like with how much light is present in the scene, sand, especially wet sand, is incredibly luminal. Don't know the word. It is incredibly reflective. It does wonderful things with light. So in order to play into that a little bit, I'll apply a bit of a sheen across this front layer of the sand. Drop me a follow. Get a chance to drop me a raid if you get a slip. No expectation. Absolutely no expectation. I'm appreciative of the thought, but please don't feel like you need to go out of your way to do anything. You're fine. I'll give you a follow back at the very least, because I'd love to see your stuff if you do stream it. But yeah, please don't feel obligated. Maybe bring the shape of a sunlight patch to convey another hole out of view above. That would change everything. It would change all of the reflections. It would change all of the lighting. It would change all of the color. It would change everything. So I'll hold off on doing that. I appreciate the suggestion, but it would fundamentally change everything. Just make it mud then. Oh, for sure, I can make it mud. But I do like even just this little patch of reflectivity here. If I spread that to the rest of this cove, I think it would pop quite well. Yeah. So I'll do that. I'll do that. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hope you had fun. Hope you had a good time. Quick little reminder before I head off. Two things. First thing, the the monthly art fair prompt for March is about halfway through at this point. If you want to jump in on the prompt and you want to do some like fun art challenge stuff, you can find all the details for that at the bottom of the Discord in the monthly art fair channel. And then the second thing is this upcoming Sunday in a few days, we're going to have a hearthside. I was going to say an art fair. No, different. We're going to have a hearthside where we all jump into the voice chat. It's not streamed or anything. We just jump into the voice chat and we talk as we work on our different projects and stuff. It's fun just having the company. So if that interests you, again, you can find the details for that in the announcement section of the Discord. But otherwise, is that a beaver swimming in the sand? No. It is a little crab. It's a wee little crab. But yeah, otherwise, have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves, everyone. See you soon. Bye-bye.